Hello there, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sirius, this is Old World, and it's been a while since we have played some strategy games on this channel. The latest game I have been playing is Elden Ring, and I love Elden Ring, but I've been really dying for some strategy gameplay, and then I found Old World, and my god, I have been enjoying it. However, the game, it does have a few problems here and there. There's a few things that are really difficult to navigate around. And I would like to see some updates in the future with some quality of life changes and so on. But for now, I want to play the game so the developers know, hey, we actually like the game. And please make updates. So, we're playing as Egypt. We're playing on the Noble difficulty. I don't know if you can see that anywhere. Ah, yeah, the Noble. And yeah, so let's get into the game. Egypt in the Old World. You are Hatshepsut, Pharaoh of Egypt, and the divine voice of Amun. Inheriting the throne from your dead husband, you have united the tribes of Egypt to guide your people into the unknown of this old world. You have used every power at your disposal to secure the throne and look to the future. Your legacy is secured by two contenders, your daughter Neferuru, and Thutmose, your husband's son, by the concubine Isis. The existing civilizations do not yet know the splendor and riches of Egypt, but they will learn. Let's found our capital. Alright. I will do what I can to explain what I'm doing as I'm playing the game. Because this game is relatively new, there's going to be a lot of people that don't know everything that is going to be going on. And it is also a learning experience for me. So if you see me doing anything that you think is weird, or you think I could be doing it better, please let me know. That said, let's look at our starting location. Unlike civilization, we can only settle on city locations, so only on these urban tiles. Our city borders change depending on where we settle, and our priorities also change depending on where we settle. If we go down here, we can turn on a couple of different lenses. So we can turn on the resources and improvements. That way we can check what's around us. What we have around us is dyes, which is a luxury, citrus, which is another luxury, and gold, which is a bullion resource, which gives me more gold for trading. Then there's some fish for food and growth. More fish for food and growth. And some elephants, which will give me gold and some orders. Yeah, that's a decent starting location. Not very Egyptian, I might say, because we are lacking some desert, but that's okay. There's also a ruin over here, which could eventually be converted into a urban tile. Lots of flat land for farms, and not a lot of room for mines or quarries. Now, where are we going to settle? This takes a mine, I think. Yes, a mine improvement. So this is going to give me plenty of gold. Well, money is, I think, called... No, it's called money. It's not called gold, so it's called money. Dyes are important. I wish I knew in what direction we have another city location, but I will make an argument that we are most likely going to find a city location over on the west. I'm pretty sure we are guaranteed a second city location somewhere close by. Anyway, we could start with the gold if we go here. Right, this would start the gold. And by the way, there's an undo button, so it's not like everything you do is set in place. I don't think this is a good start. That is horrible. This is good because we have access to the fish and to the dyes. If we do improve the dyes, we most likely will get access to these fish as well, so no need to go down here. Up here is interesting because we have access to the gold and to the ivory without needing to build anything over here. Arguably though, if we build a mine here, we might be able to grow that to these tiles. But then again, is that a good location for a mine? See, that's the question. Is it a good location for a mine? Arguably, maybe not. However, I think it's a good location for a city center. I think yes, this is the better location. Settling coastal doesn't really do much for us. You know, there's no like benefit that there is to that there is in like Civ 6 or something like that. The whole city is coastal. We don't need to have our city center coastal for our city to be coastal. So I think I'm going to put my city center here, nestled into these mountains. And now I only really need to choose what city, what capital I want to found. We're not going to found a religion because I would like to play with the Egyptian paganism. So this is completely out of question. We could go landowner, and landowner would make sense because it would help us grow very fast. Create a settler really fast. And our rural specialists are also cheaper to make, and we also get science from crop resources. However, we don't really have any crop resources here. Not science, culture from crop resources. The sages, on the other hand, would give us science for specialists. Urban specialists cost us less. And we get a random technology. We could also go militaristic, which there is an argument to be made about going militaristic. However, I don't see that this is a particular good spot for militaristic start. It all depends, right? Getting 2 training per year early on can help you out tremendously with starting out your first set of units. You also gain a free scout, so you start the game with 2 scouts. Still, I think it's between these 2. Landowners. I think we're gonna go with the sages here. And we got husbandry. Okay. Now we can choose what we want to research. And depending on what we want to research, that is going to change the way the game is playing out. So the tech tree works differently. We can choose between either of these, and they will lead to those. But that doesn't mean we can choose either of those. We can't choose anything we want, right? Because we have drama available, polis, spoked wheel, and phalanx, and navigator. We have those available, but that doesn't mean we can actually use them. The spoked wheel is really good because it allows us to establish a chancellor. Aristocracy is really good because it allows us to appoint an ambassador, and these guys can do numerous things, right? A chancellor can pacify cities, and that takes 3 years, And what it does... Actually, it doesn't say... It doesn't say what it does, but what I think it does is that it lowers the stress on the city, right? Because cities get stressed over time, and so I think a chancellor is what helps relieve that stress. Alright, so, but how the tech tree works is that anything you research opens up another card. And you have cards in your discard pile. The discard pile being, you first need to fill your discard pile before they get into your draw pile, right? So these are all in our discard pile right now. And any that we don't choose from these ones get into the discard pile as well. And then everything is in our discard pile. And so our discard pile is full with everything. And then everything gets to come into our deck. Meaning that next time around, if we were to research administration, for example, if we were to research that, then the next time around we can choose between 3 or 4 of rhetoric, divination, trapping, polis, drama, spoked wheel, phalanx, or navigation. And any that we don't choose from the ones that we get offered go in our discard pile, and the others stay in our deck. So sometimes it may take you 2 or 3 iterations before you can see a technology again, right? So you really got to be careful about what you're researching. I don't know if I can undo this. Yeah, I can undo this. Trapping would allow us to build a camp. We have one location for a camp, which is this one. One of the most important techs for us, if we go into a tech tree, is forestry. That's really important. So is drama, aristocracy, spoked wheel, and obviously divination. I might start with divination and build a very early shrine. I think the early shrine we're going to build is the Shrine of Ra. Because we're most likely going to be building plenty of farms. You know, we've got a lot of land here. So if we look at the farm, we can see that we get plenty of bonuses for these farms next to these rivers. So maybe what we should do is get divination and build a nice set of farms right here on this river. There, and there. Eventually, at least, up there. Right? We can't build it there yet. Oh, our city site is up here. But I do want to argue that there's probably a city site over here. But our free city site is up here. We also get access to some salt. So, depending on that, if we build a farm here, it's very difficult to determine. This salt might be reached by the city up here much easier. We'll see. We're not going to bother with this salt just yet. Right now we're going to have to think about what we're going to do with this city. We get a garrison from the start. Because we're a builder, We could increase our urban centers, right? We could go here and we could urbanize this. Basically, we'd add some urban center here, and then we could go here and do that again. We could build out our city to be quite a bit larger if we wanted to, right? There is some merit for that, to do that. As you can see, it did grow the border for one. We can't do it here though, sadly, because it needs to touch 2 tiles in order for us to do that. However, I think I might want to do that up here instead. We can only do that in our capital though, or on any city where we have a builder. Actually, we should be able to do it in all cities, but maybe this is just worded weirdly, because I have found that we can't add urban tiles to cities that aren't our capital. We're gonna try. We're gonna see. This is a much smaller city, as you can see. It only has 2 tiles. So, we can do a couple of things. We can go and explore with our scout. Or we could go and explore with our warrior. Or we could build something with our builder. This will give me some culture, which is a good early build. This will give me some gold, specifically 40 gold per turn, which is really good. And it's a mine, and I could be building some other mines around it. Sadly, these are no hills around this mine, so it's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? We've got some citrus here, some citrus up there. So there might be some nice farms around with citrus, etc. For now, I think divination is where we're gonna go. We're gonna use our scout to go and check this site out. $250 gold. Huh. Maybe we want to wait with that, but I don't know if this is hard locked into this. But having access to porcelain would be great. So it seems at least that this turn this is going to be the same. And maybe it'll be the same even if we go to the next turn. Okay, so a bit of an AI bug there, because it's showing me that I have this option when actually I didn't even go down there yet, right? Okay, 250 gold. We're getting 88 gold per turn. No, actually more, 86 gold per turn. We could sell some of our resources in order to have 250. Sadly, we will have to be selling most of our food and most of our iron for that, if we wanted to do that. If we want to get the porcelain. We could also wait and go there later when we have the gold to do it. I just don't know if we're going to get the same option. I'm not going to sell any of my stone. In fact, I'm going to see if there's like any good quarries around here, and there really isn't. I hope that this city side has some good quarries, because we need stone. We need stone for almost everything. We're gonna have to build some quarries in not so good locations, sadly. Because yeah, as you can see, these are +5 quarries, and that's not very good. Obviously, we can buy stone for 4 gold per turn, and we can just build lumber mills instead, right? So as long as you can have either lumber mills or quarries, you're good. And this looks like we will have more access to lumber mills. However, lumber mills come much later in the game, and you don't need as much lumber as you need quarries. However, it's a good way to offset if you don't have quarries. Well, we've been talking a lot, so let's just make some choices here. Let's go and improve this mine. Because obviously 40 gold per turn is huge. 40 gold per turn is amazing. We're gonna start with that. And it's the easiest choice out of all of these because, well, why not? Then I think I'm gonna use my scout and get up on this hill. And then that hill. And then down there. We found some horses. Now we're out of orders, sadly. But yeah, I think that's fine. We can add a general here for 100 training. But you know what we should be doing instead of moving our scout? We should be adding a governor to our city. And we should be adding ourselves because we have growth, culture, gold. Or we could add this person who's the head of the family, I think. I don't know. I think she's the head of that family, but we don't know. She's also really good. Gives us some science, some military, and some civic boosts. So she boosts these aspects. And she might get even better at it. You know, she might get even better at science. She might get even better at any of these. Whereas we boost gold, culture, and growth. So that's a tough choice. I think we're gonna choose her because civics, science, and training is what we need more of early on. Ah, but 2 culture, we can't pass down 2 culture. I'm sorry, we just can't. 2 culture is just too good. We need culture as soon as possible. Right, now we're out of orders. We could do stuff, but it takes orders, right? Assigning a general takes orders. So we can't do that this turn. Unless we're gonna buy an order in order to do that. You know, we could add a general to do that, but honestly, Isis isn't that great of a general. She gives us a little bit more attack. So I'm not too stressed about it. Alright, we found this landmark. What are we gonna name it? Well, Thomas? What does Thomas mean? Right, our heir. What do we want her to do? Do we want her to go and become a politician, a tactician? Do we want her to become a merchant or a commerce student? This has impact on the game right away. Because she's our heir, she's immediately going to impact our stats. So getting 1 wisdom right now will boost our science right away. Getting 1 charisma will give us civics right away. We need science most of everything, so I think we're gonna go into philosophy here. And as you can see, that 1 wisdom is going to be applied right away. We have 9.7 science now. It's not a big difference, but it's a bit of a difference. Alright, so let's step up here. And then there, and then we found the Thracians. Right. So there is a city location back here, but it's a lot further away than what I thought it would be. And the Thracians are similar to us in power, so that would tell me that they don't have much more than 1 settlement right now. And we could go to war with them if we wanted to. However, I don't think we really want to go to war with them. There's not really any merit in it for us. Instead, we are going to go ahead and scout out this direction. We want to scout out this city location up here. Let's go here. Very weird fog of war thing here going on. And then there. Okay, so we find some lavender. Which is great. So there's a luxury here. If you hover over this, you see it's a luxury. And we can gain some legitimacy right away by going to war with the Thracians. And I think we're going to do this. We're going to challenge them instantly. Their power to us is similar. Meaning they probably only have this 1 camp. And so, actually, should we have sent our warrior over there? Probably. I'm going to be using the undo button a lot. You can sue me for that, but I'm still learning the game, so I'm still considering things. And right now, I think I can determine that sending this unit down there to deal with these Thracians is more important than scouting out this location. Even though scouting this location is important, I think we can just send our settler up there. It's gonna be fine. And then I think we want to promote this guy maybe, or add a general. Promoting will make it just stronger in general. So I think we're gonna do that. We are going to use our training for that. If you don't use your training to promote your units, and you just have training laying around, it's a bit of a waste. So we still have 1 order left, and that is just going to be converted into money. Alright. Our daughter just gets some experience, which is good. And we want this guy to go into commerce, maybe. Alright, this unit can make it almost all the way to the Thracians. I'm gonna use my scout now to go here. And yeah, we can do this again. This time around we can actually afford it. Granted, we will have to sell a little bit of something. So I think we're gonna sell some iron. We're gonna sell 10 of it. And then we can have some porcelain. Getting a free luxury resource from a rune is huge. That really helps us out a lot. We can now go step all the way up with our warrior, although maybe we don't want to step all the way, right? Two turns until they spawn another unit. We could go up on this hill. Ideally, we want some forest. We want some forest so that we take less damage from this unit. You can check how much damage this unit does to you, depending on where it's walking, and I love that. We can also check how much damage we're dealing to this unit. So that's very interesting. We have some orders left over, and we need those orders to send our porcelain to our capital. That reduces the stress accumulation, right? So every year that goes by, you get 8 stress on your city, which means 10 years until we get to the first level of stress. Right now we have 20 stress accumulated. We could do a festival, which would take 4 years. That would reduce the stress by 20, give us arts festival. It's a permanent buff that gives us +1 culture per year. And I think that is something we're gonna do after the settler is completed. For now, we're gonna end our turn on having that 1 order left, which gives us 10 gold in the next turn. Right? You can see that right here. It says 1 order is sold for 10 gold. What we're gonna do now with our scout is actually really interesting. You can harvest resources. So if we harvest this, we get 10 culture. If we harvest this, which I don't think you can, no you can't. Okay, if we harvest that, we get 10 growth. Harvest this. Okay, the elephant doesn't tell you what you get when you harvest it. Harvesting the deer gives, removing trees gives trees. Arguably the best thing you can harvest is wood, right? Because that's very valuable. Wood is the most valuable out of these things, right? Iron, actually it's not that much more valuable, but the prices for these can change. But yeah, we could use our scout, we could go into these woods and we could harvest them, or we could harvest some culture. Or we could harvest this for gold, right? Harvesting this gives us 50 gold. It really depends on what you care about, right? We could go in here. This also gives 50 gold. So we could harvest this. harvest for 10 culture. And 10 culture is a lot. You know, that got our city so much closer to a developing city in just one harvest. And that is what we are going to use our scout for. We can also... Oh, would you look at that? We found some gems, which would give us more culture. So, harvest the gems. Even more culture. And that is something that I think is really important to be doing early on in the game, is to really use your scout to harvest. If you're not harvesting with your scout as much as possible, you're missing out on a lot of resources that you could be using to expand your empire. Anyway, we have 3 orders left, which is enough to move close and start attacking these units. So I'm gonna go on this tile. And ideally I want to get into this forest. Oh, by the way, zone of control is really interesting. You cannot move directly from one zone of control into another zone of control. Skirmishers have a zone of control. I don't know how that shows. I think we have a zone of control as well, which shows around us. I'm not actually sure if this red thing is our zone of control. Anyway, you cannot move from one zone of control into the other. Instead, we're gonna have to step out, step in, and then go here. They cannot exert zone of control across a river. But we would be attacking from over a river if we get onto this tile. So actually we don't want to get on this tile. Instead we want to attack from right here. Also, I want this city location because we can have some nice quarries here. Because it's next to mountains. Right? A mountain range is really good for us. With 1 order left, we've attacked. So that 1 order can't really do anything with that. So we're just going to end our turn, get 10 gold from that. Okay, let's minimize this for now. Let's look at the last thing that was going on. Right, they spawned a unit. And what we could do is we could go over here. Because if you check, I'm gonna show you, if they step up here, they deal 2 bars of damage. If we go here and then they attack, they only deal 1 bar of damage. Of course they could go over here, which would suck for us, but they're most likely not going to move there. They're most likely going to stay where they are. Oh, you can see our zone of control now when I'm hovered over this unit. But yes, they are going to have to attack over a river to attack us, but this is actually a test for the AI in the game. The move that they should make is they should cross over. But they will obviously have to move here and then there. But for me, ideally, they're going to attack me across the river, which is not very good for them to do, but advantageous for me if they do that. So we're going to attack 2 more turns and we can sack this city side. And we also have just built our settler, and I think we want to settle the city before we settle the city up there. This city up there is basically free. We're just gonna have to go ahead and yeah, we're gonna have to claim it basically. The question is, So we have one citizen, so we can make a specialist. The specialist that we can build over here, the miner, will give us 20 gold per year, 1 military production, 1 science, and another science. That's pretty good. 20 gold per year is really good for a specialist. We could also do a festival, which would take us 4 years and lower the stress a little bit and give us some more culture. Culture is something that we want to basically level up our city. So as you can see down here, it's going to take us 7 more years to level up our culture from weak to the next level. And we want to do the festival before this happens. So let's go ahead and do the festival first. The reason I want to do this before is because with every culture level, the festival upgrades and it becomes more expensive to do. Alright, so we have 8 orders left. We cannot build a camp here. We could build some farms. Let's look at what we have. We might want to build a wonder early on. And there's a few that are interesting for us. Obviously, the Great Ziggurat could be interesting. And the pyramids is also very interesting. Obviously, the pyramids is very thematic. However, we cannot actually build it because we don't have arid or sand. I'm not sure if we have that up here. That's temperate. Yeah, we can't actually build the pyramids. So instead, we're going to either go with the Oracle, which would give us 4 culture per year, 2 victory points, 10 gold per religion, and 1 extra tech card hand size. So if we wanted to have more choices in what technologies we get to choose, we would use that. Then there's another great one, which is the Mausoleum. That costs a lot more, but it gives us 40%. Look at that, 40% culture in all cities. This is a must-have if we want to have a, if we want to win by culture. And I think that's what we're trying to do. We're gonna try to win by culture, not by domination. So that wonder is a must-have, but as you can see, it costs 300 civics and 1,200 stone. That is crazy expensive. Whereas the pyramids and the Great Ziggurat and the Hanging Gardens, they only cost, 400 stone. The Hanging Gardens are really good because it gives me growth in all cities, but then again, I have so much farms and fish and citrus, which gives me growth. I don't think I need the growth, to be honest. I think growth is growth is good, don't get me wrong, but you don't actually need all that many citizens. Then there's the Ishtar Gate, which gives you growth and culture, and growth per culture level. So that's really good too. Then there's the Lighthouse, which gives you gold per specialist, and your fishing boats get 100% output, which is really good if you're coastal. But yeah, the Mausoleum is definitely the one that I want, but I think The Great Ziggurat could be interesting, but we need a holy city, so that's out of the question. Pyramids we can't build. Oracle is not really that great for us. That's not great for us. That's okay for us. Honestly, I think we want to save up for the Mausoleum here. Acropolis is actually really good as well. So I think trying to get the Mausoleum and the Acropolis is what we're going to try and do. The other ones I'm not so sure of. This obviously very good as well. Plus 50% science is amazing. That's just amazing, right? The Pantheon, really good as well. Gives you a lot of military production. No, it actually just gives you a lot of training, not necessarily production toward military units. And then there's the Hagia Sophia, which again requires a holy, like a religion. So we can just look at the ones that we can farm. So this requires a religion, that requires a religion. This needs to be adjacent to city center and a strong culture, strong culture, strong culture. So we need a strong culture before we can build the Mausoleum and the Acropolis. So that's why we want to be going toward having a strong culture as fast as possible. So but that means for us that we can basically neglect. We can neglect wonders for the early game. That's really good information. So, what are we going to do with our builder? Game is telling us to build either a farm or make this urban. Huh. Can we actually make this urban though? We can. For 10 stone, we could make this tile urban. But you know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I will go and improve these nets. We will use some of our resources for that. So basically the construction cost is 20 wood. We currently have 80. So let's do that. Bam. And then our scout. What do we want to do with our scout? Do we want to get some gold from these elephants? The question is, right, we can use one order to move our settler to here. It's probably going to take me 2 more turns of attacking before I can settle here. So I think I don't need to move much more than this. Instead, I can use my scout. 20 wood. Is that worth more than 50 gold? If you look, if we were to sell 10, it would give us 20. So if we were to sell 20, it would give us 40. However, buying it is obviously the expensive part. Buying the wood is what we need to be looking at. Buying wood, we spend 80 gold to get 20 wood. So chopping with our scout for 20 wood actually saves us 80 gold, and that is huge. Meaning if we do need wood, we should chop it. We should have our scout ready to chop some wood, right? That is the most important thing that our scout can do. If we need wood, we should chop it, not buy it. Because it's more efficient to chop it than to buy it. However, that means our scout needs to be where there's some woods. Now, I would like if there were a city location somewhere around here. So we did find the coastline from just moving over here. This is another hill, so let's step on that. Okay, we found a city site. That is amazing. We found a city site over here with some generic barbarians. And so I think I'm gonna step into this wood. Actually, no, let's go back. If we were to chop this wood, which actually we can't. Can we only chop wood in our own territory? Seems like we might only be able to do that in our own territory. We don't have an option for it, so maybe we can only do that in our own territory. So, let's step forward, discover this, go and harvest the elephants for 50 gold. And then we can look at this marriage offer. Oh, there's just so much that we need to do. Okay. We can choose between a guy who has 2 charisma and 4 discipline, and a guy who has 1 wisdom and 6 charisma. Ooh, and he's a diplomat. So they're both really old. We're only 38 ourselves, so these guys, they're both really old. But I think the wisdom for the extra science is what we want, and getting civics is great too. A request for tools. A letter arrived from Princess Neferure describing her classes, hours spent learning, stimulating debates among peers and tutors, with the night spent exploring the heavens. At the end of the letter, a postscript reads, "If you could spare the money, I would like to buy some tools for more advanced aspects of my studies." What tools do you need for philosophy studies? Well, anyway, we can spend 160 gold and she can become either a herbalist, a carpenter, or educated. Or we can say that we cannot spend the money, and then she becomes frugal, which means as a governor, improvement costs are lower. But I think we're going to spend the money here and get either one of these traits. Honestly, educated is the trade that I want, but herbalist is what we got. That's okay too. We're gonna take it. It's free, right? It cost us 160 gold, so never mind. Actually, if we go back, right, and we do that again, we get the same thing. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if you can cheese the game. No, you cannot. This is predetermined. Question. We can lose some opinion with her, but she becomes frugal, which I think is better than herbalist. Because improvement costs down is good. So frugal, I think that's better than then herbalist. It's gonna take 4 years to do that. We're out of order. We could buy an order to move our settler sooner, but I think with the 2 turns... Are the 2 turns enough? You know what? I'm gonna buy 1 order and move just slightly closer. And then I hope that 2 turns is gonna be enough to get to the city center. Alright, let's end my turn. This game kind of challenges your decision-making skills a lot. Also, here's the thing. I said earlier that the growth isn't all that important, but it actually is. So we might be considering the Hanging Gardens after all. Because here's the thing. Growth is actually a lot more important than I gave it credit just a moment ago, right? Because you have to consider it like this. Your cities, and I love this about this game, is your cities have 3 different... They have 3 different production types. Militaristic production, civic production, and growth production. Growth allows you to build settlers. The more growth you have, the faster you can build settlers. Obviously, I think every settler you build will make future settlers more expensive. I think. So our first settler here is gonna take us, if we buy the food for him, it's gonna take us 8 years. If we have more growth, that would be faster. And so, if you build the Hanging Gardens, you have more growth in all cities, meaning that you can build workers, settlers, militia, and everything that's in this growth category, scouts. You know, you can build all of these faster. So the Hanging Gardens is actually not that bad of a pickup for us. So I think we might pick it up. We might put it up here on this tile. We're close to having the gold for it. We start out with a decent amount of stone. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Anyhow, I want to take my scout and move up toward the city center. But first things first. We took a lot of damage here. How did that happen? These guys are the ones that deal all this damage. So here's the thing. Are we going to survive next turn? Yes, we're going to survive. So let's attack once. Let's get our settler in place. Although we don't need to be that close, right? I think we're fine with just going here. You can actually check already how much it's going to take you to get to either of these places, right? This is going to take... Alright, so we know that this is the limit with 2. This is the limit with 3 movement. And then this would take another one. So I think this one is the one we can't get to, but arguably we'd want to be on that hill, right? We would want to settle the city on the hill anyway, so yeah. This, I think we can make it next turn. Pray that we don't lose our warrior. If we lose our warrior though, we can undo all of that. Trust me, you can even undo entire turns. And that is the beauty of this game. So now I'm going to use my scout. And I'm going to move up toward the city side. And I'm always going to go to the edge of where I can go with my order. And I'm going to harvest this for some culture again. And then I still have 4 orders left. I could sell them, obviously, get to the hanging gardens faster. Not a bad idea. We could also move our scout into this forest, because I want to be looping around, basically up here, to see if there's any other city sites close by. We still have 3 orders. That's 30 gold. 30 gold isn't all that much, right? But it's better than not having the gold at all. But maybe let's just move here. It's 2 orders left. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's end our turn. Okay, Duke Thutmose, he could become an engineer. One moment, my TV was almost turning off. So he could become an engineer, or he could become a carpenter, or we can just make him a bit more wise. And honestly, carpenters or engineers, right, they are only gonna make your units better against sieges units, ship units, or make your siege units and ship units start with more experience. And that is good, but not for us right now. We're not going to be building any ships anytime soon. We're a land-based civilization. We're gonna play like one. So we're just gonna go with wisdom. Also, this is going to give us some science right away. So if you check, we now have 9.9. Okay, so this unit is not going to be able to kill me next turn. So I can kill that unit. And it looks like I completely wiped out the Thracians here. The core of the defeated Thracian forces is made up of escaped gladiators, highly trained slaves, and former soldiers. King Raskus, the gladiators' leader, and while vulgar, he knows power when he sees it. He bows to the throne, let us fight for you. Okay, so defeating the Thracians, we can get a warrior and courage and charisma, or we could have them work for us, which would give us 2 legitimacy, 2 citizens, and we get border growth and Wasset. Or we could say that we want him to become our court soldier. Now that would make him basically cost us 5 gold per turn. But we can appoint him as a general, and then he would make our warriors stronger. However, a warrior is... Ooh, let's check. Right now, if we were to build a warrior, that would take us 8 turns. So this actually is a good option because it saves me 8 turns for building a warrior, and we gain some charisma, which means because... Okay, so two things. We are the governor of this city. So this city would have more civics. Basically, it would go up to 12. That, on top of getting more civics, whenever we aren't producing anything that takes civics, to gain civics. Because basically, if you're using your civics to build something, I could show you this if I switch over to building a militia. You can see up here, we're currently making 16 civics. If we switch that, we're making 26. So if we take this militia out and we go back, we're only going to make 16 civics. So not only is it going to increase our production of civics, it's also going to be increasing our surplus of civics. So I think that's what we're going to pick. There is still this one Thracian unit here. And if we were going to choose, right, event. If we're going to choose the warrior, it's most likely going to spawn right there. Right, see, that's great. It did spawn right there. It's basically not part of any family, which does make it a little bit less valuable to me, but it's still a valuable military unit, right? We also gained 1 charisma, so as you can see now, we have 18, but also if we go and check our city, it should have updated that as a governor. It should have given us some more. As a governor, 6% civics on the city. Well, I guess the 6% doesn't really make much of a difference when you only have 10. That brings it to, what, 10.6 or so? Yeah, see, 10.6 civics per turn. Right, and we could rename this unit to Thracian Gladiators. Bam. We're going to rename this unit as well. We're going to name this unit the Royal Guard. Right. So this unit instantly helps us deal with that unit. Bam. We can take our settler and settle the city right there or here. Honestly, on the hill would be great, but also having the garrison up on the hill isn't a bad idea either. Instead, if we settle further forward, like over here, we are getting much closer to this game up here. I do want to know though what's down. Okay, there's some wheat here. Okay, so there's some wheat there. And we're gonna gain access to that even if we go up here. The thing that I'm most concerned with is that I want this spot over here for a quarry. So I want that available. If we go here and settle a landowner city here. Right, let's not bother with Dido right now. Okay, so we might want to consider not doing this. It'd be great stealing these horses away from Dido, but I'm not too worried about that. So let's undo this. And let's settle right here. And we're going to do a landowner city. Okay, I like this a lot. Yeah, I like this a lot. We've also found a urban center over here, which we might be able to eventually grow to. There's also a mine here, so that's really good. So basically, we want to be growing to this mine. How are we going to do that? That's the question. There might be another city center up there for all we know. Okay, this city center is on top of a hill, which is really nice. It's on top of a hill. It has good defensibility, so we're gonna leave probably one warrior here to defend it in case Dido wants to start anything stupid. For now, I think we are going to be working on a worker so that we can improve the wheat resource as fast as possible. We still have some orders left over. And they want us to build the hanging gardens right there. And that is precisely what we're going to do. Oracle, hanging gardens. Oracle. The Oracle is also really good. One of the things that I don't like about starting the hanging gardens right now is obviously the growth is amazing, but there's so many things I want to be doing with this worker. And I'm gonna have to get another worker built instead. And we also need 2 more settlers. So this city over here is going to be heavily focused on... Oh man, that's really difficult to choose from because it should be very heavily focused on growth. But at the same time, we want some quarries in here as well. Okay, so our capital city is going to be focused on culture. So Oracle or Hanging Gardens. Hanging Gardens is going to expand our borders a bit, which is interesting. I'm not sure how we're gonna get to this salt. I think the city up here has more chances of doing that. Or maybe the city down here actually, because it can build a lumber mill here and then this elephant. Yeah, it's probably gonna be the city down here that does that. We could also build an urban center over here, right? Add urban. That way it's gonna grow our borders. We might throw down some stuff. We could check. This would grow our borders to this fish. Because I would like to grow toward this urban thing. Obviously, at some point we're gonna be able to buy tiles, so we don't need to be worried about this too much, right? We don't need to worry about it that hard because we can buy tiles at some point. In this city, in Nippy, we can actually buy tiles. Like, we can flat out buy tiles. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna buy this tile, that tile, and that tile. Depending on how expensive it is, obviously, but we can buy tiles because this is a landowner city, and landowner cities, they can buy tiles. And we've got lots of gold, so doing that is probably worth it for us. Right, do we want a wonder or do we want economy? The oracle would be good because we can choose our technologies much better. The hanging gardens would be good because it would give us a lot of growth. So, is this something we should be building in this city? Probably, right? We should probably be building the hanging gardens in this city. Yeah, we should be building the hanging gardens in this city, not in our capital. In our capital, what we are going to do is what? We also want to be building a temple of Osiris. No. Divination. We want to be building a shrine of Osiris. Basically, in one of these sites as well. Maybe we're going to build a shrine of Osiris over here instead of a quarry. We can have a really nice quarry over here, a very nice quarry probably in here. I'm not sure if this is a mountain tile, but we can have some really good quarries along this mountain range. Regardless, I don't think we need this particular quarry, and I think getting some culture output instead might be worth it. And getting a good shrine, yeah, that might be worth it. So this city is going to build the Shrine of Osiris. Then this city over here is going to be building Shrine of Isis next to a grove. I think that is for this city up here. It will build the Shrine of Isis, right? And then we can have one next to camps, which could be either here, next to the elephant, or next to that elephant. We also have elephants here. And then there is obviously the Shrine of Ra. Which I think should be in the capital. So, yeah, we're going to be building the Shrine of Ra in 3 years. So we have 3 years to be doing something. Quarries take 2 years. Mines take 2 years. Farms take 2 years. Lumber mills take 2 years. How can we build lumber? Okay, we can't. We don't have forestry. I was gonna say, why is it showing? Right, do we want to urbanize this? Or do we maybe urbanize here? The question is, where do we build the Shrine of Ra? Maybe right here. Where this river is. The only thing that concerns me about that, right, is... Let's go up here for now. We can build some farms. Okay, so we can build some farms. And if we build the farm here, that would be great. Or maybe we build the Shrine of Osiris right here. And then build farms around it. But would be better if we have farms like really all around it. And I think this tile can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 farms around it. I think that's like the most farms you could get around it. Sadly, we can't buy this tile. So we might need to build a farm and grow that, or make it urban. But the only way we can do that, right? But if we make this urban, we can't do this thing anymore. My god, this is annoying. Okay, we could also put it here, but... I want it here. It's really annoying. Is there maybe a better farm here, to be honest? The Shrine of Ra. Maybe we put it here instead. And then we put the Shrine of Osiris over here. The Shrine of Isis here. And then we put the Shrine of Camps up here instead. Maybe. It's just difficult to choose. It's really such a difficult choice, but to be honest, right now, I'm thinking. I don't really need anything here. How about I just build out this other city instead? Right? Because quite honestly, this city needs much more of a build force. Whereas this city doesn't really need the food and the growth. It's mainly going to be building civics buildings and stuff. So I think I might just go over here and I can build a farm here, build a farm there, build a farm there. I can put the shrine here, maybe, or there. Okay, if I build the shrine here, then I can put a farm. But I would like the farm to be the shrine next to this farm, honestly. So I'd want to put it here, and then I can put a farm, a farm, a farm, a farm, a farm, and a farm. Decisions. I wish it was easier to make these decisions, but it really isn't. Okay, it's gonna take me 2 turns to get there. And I can maybe walk over this and to get there. Then I don't need to send my scout down there. Speaking of my scout, he didn't get to move. Let's end my turn. Yeah, the game really restricts you in what you can do. Which I love, but at the same time, hate. So, judge it is. Okay, so which family likes me more? Okay, the footmosters like me more, so I should be finishing 3 inquiries. Oh. And control 4 pharma specialists. That sucks. Inquiries are better. Inquiries are kind of expensive though. When is our festival done? In 1 year. We can start inquiry 1 before we level up to the next status. And I think that would still work then. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. I gotta heal these units. I don't have enough to add a general. I would love to add her as a general. Oh wait, she isn't. She isn't an herbalist. I forgot. This guy would be able to kill this unit if he steps. I don't know why I can see that. Wait, if I move this unit there, I can kill this unit? Okay, great, we're gonna do that. Not sure why this warrior is so much stronger than the Thracian warrior. Really shouldn't be. Let's figure out why this is. So somehow the Thracian warrior doesn't deal as much damage. Oh, it doesn't have the promotion. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let's get this warrior moving that way. First of all, let's grab this. Homeless children. Our explorers discover a group of orphanaged, homeless and hungry children hiding in the ruins. If we leave them, they will surely starve to death. But our cities are on the verge of overcrowding. No, they're not. There is room in our caravan for either salvage stone or passengers. What would you have us do? Oh, this is a bad choice. So we can get child labor. That's bad. We can become gracious, which would give us much more civics. So we get 6 civics globally and 1.4 civics in our capital, which is, don't underestimate it, it's really strong. Or we can get 180 stone. No, we're gonna take them. Really, you cannot underestimate how important civics are in your cities, because civics, just put this down 1 year. Like it's gonna take 1 year less to finish our inquiry now because of these civics. And then we can move, and we cannot move enough to make this farm. Ooh. That's okay. We can just wait until next turn then. So we can move this unit. It's a long way to go. Move you here. Oh, we're not a friendly territory anymore. Okay, go back. So question, do we just move here? And heal? Because I want some movement left for my scout. That's the thing that I'm concerned with. And then this guy can move there and kill. Yeah, and now I'm gonna move my scout as much as possible. Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? We found a city side. Okay, and this city side, wow, is not bad. It's a pretty small city, but if you check, it has 3 luxuries close by. Although this city side, we've got so many city sides, which means I might really want to build the Hanging Gardens for growth, because I've got a lot of room to settle, right? I've got lots of room to settle. Yeah, I've got a lot of room to settle. This city up here is very interesting to me because it has access to these luxuries. This has access to luxuries. This has luxuries. My God, I've got a lot of access to cities. So we're out of movement now. And you know what? That was entirely pointless, so let's not do that. Let's go this way instead. Oh, we found some mines here. Interesting. There might be a city location somewhere down here. Yeah, I'm just cheesing the game right now. I know I'm cheating, but just cut me some slack, please. There might be a city location somewhere down here. We know that Dido is down here. We know. So these cities over here, we want to make sure that they're well defended. Also, I want to know how expensive is to buy this tile. Oh, it's really not all that expensive. It's really not all that expensive. Okay, should we move? You know, it would bring us closer to our location where we want to go. Let's move there, get a little bit of scouting. And then this is a one turn, a one order trip. Divination in 2 years. I want to start my religion as soon as possible. So we might just take this worker and build the shrine. We're going to take this worker, build the... we should start on the bloody... we should start on the Hanging Gardens as fast as possible. We're going to build it here. There. Here. I think I'd rather have it down here. Let's move here. We can always decide next turn. Yeah, I want to start on my religion as fast as possible. Scared to take any risks or make mistakes, Princess Neferura becomes timid. So she loses 2 courage. It's bad. We can get Affable for more growth as a governor, or we can become more wise, and I think that's what we want, right? More wisdom. Right. We want to start on these hanging gardens as soon as possible, because they're gonna take me 11 turns to build. And I have a lot of settlers that I need to build. Alternatively though, right? Alternatively, if I have a commanding leader, I can use civics to rush my settlers, but it's gonna stress my cities and I don't want to do that. Okay. We're gonna have to make a choice here. This gives me 2.4 growth per year. This gives me 2 growth per year. This gives me 20% growth in all cities, but it's gonna slow down my overall empire by a lot. You know what? We're gonna choose not to build the hanging gardens. Interestingly enough, I think your warriors for some civilizations, they can chop down forests, but not for Egypt. Right. What do we want? We need settlers. How long is it going to take me to build a settler in here? 8 years. Okay. We could also get this online, which would grow me to the fish. That one down there. Not that one. Honestly, there's room for a city in between these cities, which is really annoying. But I mean, you could probably build a hamlet there, right? You can buy some tiles, pop, 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 and then you can build a hamlet right there. I think there's some value in that later on in the game. We wanted to do an inquiry, right? Before we switch over to the next thing. So right now we make culture from the festival, from being inspired, from the nets, all of these things. And we want to start inquiry 1. And hopefully it's gonna stay at inquiry 1, even when it switches over to being a developed culture. Alright, next. We could heal this warrior. We could move this warrior. The question is, which cities should we conquer first? I think, honestly, I think this one up here. Because if we conquer this one, it will keep this city side and that city side relatively safe. This city looks relatively well defended, and I'm more worried about I'm more worried about another civilization being somewhere up here, snagging this one. So we move that way. Let's move here so we can uncover a little bit more of the land. And then this guy, he can move up to here. What general? So we are still the same. Okay. And heal. It's gonna take him a while. We might also want to promote these guys. Ranger might not be bad. There's a lot of forest in here. Like in this general area, there's a lot of forest. Okay, 5 orders left. We can use them on my scout. What do we want to scout out? We could harvest for food, but that's not really worth anything. I'd prefer to harvest for gold or for like culture or something like that. Would you look at that? We can harvest for gold. It's only 36 gold though. Let's move there. We can harvest that as well. Let's just move on it for now. Oh, there's another one. Okay. There's... We might still need those hanging gardens. There's so many city sites for us. If we wanted to take them, right? If we can take them even. It all depends on our military and on our growth. Hanging gardens. The Temple of Ra. 2 adjacent farms. So maybe we want to build the Temple of Ra right here. Buffing this farm. Hanging gardens or no hanging gardens? I think hanging gardens is the play. Because obviously hanging gardens is going to make... okay, let's look at the tech tree. Polis will get us up to forestry, which is really good. Administration, though, will help us get toward rhetoric, which is also really good. Husbandry, on the other hand, will get us closer to having a chancellor. But, oh wait, we already have that, so we're gonna pick this next turn around, right? So right now we have access to administration, polis, or navigation. And the next time we're gonna pull trapping, drama, aristocracy, or spoked wheel. Whereas spoked wheel will take us a lot longer, so we might want to do that the next time it comes around. What do we need? Do we need money? We've got plenty, right? Yeah, we've got a lot, but for now, we don't know if that changes. Okay, so see, we are still working on Inquiry 1, even though we have unlocked Inquiry 2. So that's amazing to me. We could rush this with civics, but it would stress our city. Inquiries take so long, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do 3 of them. We might want to do Inquiry 1. Wait, in another city, right? I think Inquiry 1 is worth it, but Inquiry 2 just isn't. Treasury, culture. So it's between, right, it's between, for me it's between polis and administration. Polis takes longer to research for us. Basically, 50% longer. Walls are really good. Granaries are really good. Treasuries are really good. Having access to lumber mills is really important though. But then again, getting to metaphysics is also really important. So let's go with administration. We might actually want to rush this, but maybe not. We're saving up our civics as much as possible because one, the hanging gardens is really expensive. In civics, it actually costs 100. Two, laws are quite expensive. So that takes a lot of civics, which is why I said don't underestimate how important civics are. And we don't have the pyramids this time around, so our laws are actually really expensive. So we need civics. We need tons of them. So charisma is actually really important for us this time around. There's an event, so let's look at this. We could become a judge, which means we would get more civics. Speaking of, or we could become wiser. Or simply observe. Which would give us experience instead. How close are we to leveling up? Not all that close. This is a tough choice, really, because getting more civics would be great. But we'd lose some money. You know, actually we would lose 72. And that's not worth it. Here we would lose 32. Which... that's okay, I guess. And we would be a judge. Judges can hurry specialists with money. And as leader can switch laws. It's a tough choice, really. Losing a bit of money for some charisma here is, I think, what we're gonna do. Because we need tons of civics, right? Tons of them. Which is another reason why we are rushing toward administration and rhetoric. Right, we're done here. Shrine of Ra. Or Hanging Gardens. Or both. We could build the Shrine of Ra here if we buy the tile, right? We can buy this tile. And then we can build the Shrine of Ra here, and we can build the Hanging Gardens up there, and I think that would make a good... Urban, lush, temperate, or arid. What's this? Temperate. Okay, why can I not build this? I cannot build any of these, but why not? Oh, because I just bought the tile. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. What are we gonna do here now? Settler? I think settler is the move, right? Because we are moving up here to conquer the city. However, settler's gonna take 7 years. Yeah, settler is the move. Heal this unit. We do have a pretty good general here. Just we don't have the we don't actually have the money to do that. Well, money, I mean training to do that. So instead, we're just gonna move here, discover a bit more, and then move there. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, the most direct path would be this. Maybe we can lure some of their units out. I want to go into this forest so that these units have to step forward and fight me in the forest, because these guys are stronger in forest than these guys. So speaking of, maybe I want to go here instead. Okay, that's great, because then I can step into this forest and maybe they're gonna come and fight me. Maybe. Okay. I think that's everything aside from obviously our scout. And the question is, do we want to continue going this way, or do we want to come back here, discover a little bit more about this, and then step into this forest to be hidden? We could also step here, which would make them step out of their city, maybe. This looks like a very big city too. That's great. So we're using the scout to hopefully lure them out, right? Because this unit might need to come closer, and then we can get this warrior in a good defensive position, and we could promote him with ranger. Next turn, right? We can move him here, promote him with ranger, and then he's unstoppable. End my year. The turns take forever. Okay, so Neferure has lost some of her insights. And this guy could become an orator or a builder. You know, charisma it is. Because remember what I said about these civics. We need tons of them. Alright. Shrine of Ra. Right here. And then this guy is going to build the hanging gardens. This guy just has to wait and heal, sadly. Okay, no unit stepped out, which is a little bit annoying. Let's step here. Okay, so this is currently still super weak, right? We can actually go in here and deal massive damage. Three turns, but that's not going to be enough. Right, instead, maybe we want to get into this forest and promote. However, we cannot do that this turn. So maybe what we do instead is... could move forward and promote to ranger. And the next turn we might be able to get in there. It just means we would need to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think we can do that. And our scout is gonna continue down this way. There's so much citrus here. And wine. Okay, wine will give us culture. We can also already go back here and there for culture. So we're gonna do that. But for now, let's grab this. Let's harvest it. Some wine and wasset. We can go down here, there, again, which is what we're gonna do. Get some more culture again. Using our one scout effectively. Also, this city, my god. 1, 2, 3, 4 citrus plantations. Yes, please. Okay, we have some orders left. Is there anything we want to do? Marry our daughter to one of their people. They usually have... tacticians, judges, or builders, whereas these guys usually have diplomats, judges, or scholars. She's a judge herself, so maybe we want a scholar. So let's ask for a family marriage. See, this takes us some civics as well. And you know, they might just ask. They might just ask themselves. So maybe we don't worry about it. Yeah, maybe we're not gonna worry about it. Olives, honey, lavender. Okay, the Thutmosids, they like lavender. We have lavender here. That's great. We're not gonna worry about that just now because we really want to enact some laws and build the hanging gardens and so on and so forth. So we don't want to be spending our civics if we don't have to. And oh yeah, These turns, I know they're taking forever, but if you want to win in this game, you really have to pay attention to everything that is happening around you. And I love that. It's a grand strategy game, right? It's not just a strategy game, it's a grand strategy game. Okay, this unit could heal. This unit can hopefully... So we can go here with... And then we can go here. Okay, this is exactly what we wanted. Okay, but we did come across these guys. We could kill these in 2 turns though. And they barely do damage. They barely do damage. Okay, so let's just fight with these guys. Get them out of the way. 2 turns until this spawns another unit. We just want to make sure we get the units out of the way as fast as possible. Inquiry in 3 years. That's good. Do we send this unit up right away or do we heal? I think we heal. Now they're fully healed. Should we? I mean, they're almost full health, so let's start sending them over. And my scout is just going to go grab me some lavender down here. I think we can afford to go a little bit off the beaten path here. Right. So we just found some food. And now we can go here. Ah. We're gonna have to wait until next turn. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. And yeah. We know Carthage is down there. Did we now meet her? Okay, we just met her. Okay, so our scouts encounter a party of Carthaginian soldiers whipping a man bound by the wrist and ankles. Okay, so we can either get a court minister or become cruel. Or get a court minister and but we don't have enough courage for that, sadly. I think we want the court minister and we're just gonna lose some opinion with Carthage, sadly. But she's a diplomat, so I mean hopefully we can change this, right? Also, these guys are still alive. That's interesting. Yeah, because we don't want to be cruel. So we got this guy now. He joined us. He brings a lot of charisma, so that's great. More civics. And he's a Carthaginian. So already we are starting to take in people from other nations. I really want to know if there's like a city side down here. Thankfully we might have a little bit of a, not choke point, but a little bit of a forward front against Dido here. So, the Hanging Gardens. It's gonna cost us a lot of wood. We could chop those woods down first. Right, we can harvest this for 20 and then 20. That would bring us up to 60 wood, which would save us significant amount of money. But honestly, money isn't our concern right now. Like, we've got tons of it. But yeah, I'm annoyed we can't just chop down trees everywhere we want. Okay, harvest the lavender. Kill this unit. Bring this guy up. Yeah, those 2 units should be strong enough to take this. They are stronger than us, and they are upset right now. So let's see what we can do. We could do a foreign marriage, or we could influence her. And I think influence is what we're going to do. See, this cost us gold and some orders. And it's going to take a while, but we're going to do it. We have a lot of charisma, so hopefully that is going to help us. And now this guy. We don't have the points for a general. Sadly, we've lost a lot of our training due to Princess Neferura losing her courage, and almost no one in our court really has courage. So yeah, we don't really have a lot of training, sadly. Okay, it wanted us to choose between slavery and serfdom, but then because we started the Hanging Gardens, we couldn't. Anyway, let's end our turn. Okay, your stepson becomes romantic. Okay, so he's now even more charismatic. Okay, so our entire empire is just charisma, 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 charisma. Seeking knowledge. So, Queen Dido of Carthage could owe us a favor. So the opinion goes up and they get a labor force. Can add roads. Unlocks new law. So basically we would allow them to get a tech boost from us. This one. No, that's not the one I want. I want the other one. I don't know why I can't undo the entire turn. I was able to do it earlier, not now. Anyway, so we could gain some experience, which would level me up. But honestly, this is not such a bad deal. Giving them 1 tech for them to be friendlier with us, that's not such a bad deal. Okay, we could... The war with the Thracians has gone on long enough. You may want to consider peace. Our spies report that one of the Thracian warlords seeks mates for his sons. A match with your heir would be great. No. We don't actually want either of these, I think, because we want to make our families happy. Keeping our families happy is really more important. And I'm surprised they haven't asked yet. Navarura is 24. I'm surprised they haven't asked yet. I don't want to be using my civics, but come 26, we will ask. Or 27, so that she can get married at 28. I think that's a good time frame. Alright, a Marauder unit has spawned, which is very weak again, so we can take that out with ease. And then these guys can come in, and they can start attacking those guys. So we're going to get into the forest as well, because that's more defensible for us. These guys are busy. Settlers being created. Inquiry is done in 1 turn. So we're just going to march around and gather some culture. Okay, let's step into... Let's step into this forest. Basically, we're invisible in the forest. And then we can, next turn, grab this and move out again. And that's it. Egyptian paganism has been founded. You have successfully exerted your influence upon Queen Dido the Able. So she likes me a bit better now. Great. Now, tech tree. We can have this next time. We could go trapping for a ranged unit. We could go drama for some culture. I think we're doing okay in culture right now. How long would any of these take me, to be honest? 15 years. See, that's too long. 15 years is too long. I want some benefits right now. A slinger would be a good addition to my army. And we do have a couple of camps, right? We have 1 camp, 2 camp. And this camp on the elephants would give me some gold and some orders. So I think we're gonna go with trapping, just because it's faster. Right, inquiry is done. So if we now check our culture, you can see 1 from festival, 1 from inquiry. And yeah, we might want to do another festival or another inquiry. This just takes a long time. The miner would give us some military production and some science, which is good. The fisher would give us pearls, which is also very good. and some food, and we're currently not making a lot of food, so that would be good as well. 4 years for that, 3 years for that. And we'd also gain culture. So I think we gain the most from this. $25. They still haven't asked. Right, we can now enact a law. We can make them a bit happier by going freedom. And I think that's a good thing for us. Slavery just stresses all of our cities. Yeah, freedom is the much better choice. There we go. Now we make even more signs. In our cities. Or we are going to be making more signs from our... Wait, what does it do again? Let's look. Oh yeah, +1 science for urban specialists. Okay, so urban specialists are basically acolytes. So these guys. Or poets or anything like that. Okay, our temple is done, which is great. Now, I think we might want to establish a quarry or a garrison. If we were to make a garrison, it should probably be up here. Or maybe further forward so that we can protect the city better in case of Dido. You know, just in case Dido does do something a little bit rash. She has a settler, not a settler, a scout here. So she has vision of us and we don't really have a lot of vision of her. A garrison costs us a lot of stone. Gives us an order though, and we would be able to establish a governor. And it's going to protect the city. So I think, yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me. Obviously having more farms all around here is good as well. But getting the garrison out of the way right off the get-go sounds good to me. It's going to take 4 years. A quarry would take 3 years. Okay, let's do the garrison. I think that's a good choice here. We're building it a little bit forward so that we can protect the city from here. With the slinger, which we are going to be making. Yeah, that's good. We can put the slinger in there, and then, you know, a slinger can shoot. And the military units, yeah, I think that's a good plan. Now then, up here. These guys can kill these guys, or we could just ignore them and attack here instead. But a settler is still some time away. So I think getting the kill is the better choice here. Then we have 7 orders left. I don't think we can do anything else. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves some culture. And then just do some exploring. And maybe we send the scout down here. We've got 2 orders left. But I don't think we have anything we can do with that. Because these actions, they require that we have civics. We could influence somebody. Sadly, we cannot seem to be influencing these guys. These families. Oh, actually we can. Okay, so let's influence the family that we aren't trying to marry into. Spend some gold. Influence this person. Alright. Alright. This person has converted to Egyptian paganism. And she's lost even more courage. My god. Okay, so random event here. So we could gain some legitimacy. We could gain some civics. Or we could gain some food. Legitimacy is hard to come by, so I think we're gonna go with the legitimacy. Legitimacy is really important. Obviously civics are important too, but I think this is better. Okay, now we can kill this unit. Can we? Yes, we can. Okay, so let's do a hit with them first. And then these guys can kill these guys. Well, bam. We definitely need a... why can't I say it? A quarry. We need a quarry as soon as possible, honestly. Also, we want to increase our opinion with this religion, but so far that's not a priority. This scout should move down here. Still got 5 orders left. Yeah, that's just how it's gonna be. Okay, so she now became the head of Egyptian paganism. And they're now upset with me. So my relationship with his family has improved. And he becomes deceitful. Great. Which loses us a lot of money. And there's our marriage offer. Just when we were gonna say at 27, if she's not married, we're gonna throw a marriage offer their way. Okay, charisma or discipline. Or we're gonna lose some science here. But we're gonna get some courage and some discipline back. Or some charisma and some discipline. Honestly, not having courage is okay with me. Let's get this guy. Okay, and then we've upgraded as a governor, so we could either become more wise for 6% more science, which actually translates into 0%, into 0 points, which is ridiculous. Or robust, giving us more orders, or increasing our output for mines and quarries as a leader. And I think that is what we want. Because we're about to build some. Alright, this settler is gonna move. That's a priority to move them up here. We're gonna leave these units here. And maybe this guy, we're actually gonna try to... Should we go and try and fight these guys? I don't think it's worth it. Primarily because I don't know who's up there. Okay, so I don't know. What's this? Barley, okay. So there's a city side down here by the Danes. They are similar in power to us. Let's see, those before. We can get some opinions with the Thutmosids and a free law, seniority. Which means the oldest dynasty member inherits or we lose some opinion with them, but gain some legitimacy. That's an interesting concept. The Danes, we're just gonna have a truce with them, but they want gold, so we could gain some legitimacy by going to war with them. Honestly, I don't feel the need to go to war with them. This is an interesting concept. I'm considering this because it might not be too bad, honestly. You know, because changing this law would basically just mean that, you know, the oldest living direct descendant, I think, oldest dynasty member inherits. But that means, you know, no one that was married into the family, only people that are actually, you know, so basically your brother would inherit before your son. So I think we're gonna do it. Just because it's interesting, right? It makes the game more interesting. So we go in here now, we have seniority, and that makes the game much more interesting to me, and that's always great. We can build something here, and what are we going to build? I'm thinking probably... we probably want to start on this acolyte soon. It's giving us some opinion with the paganism. And yeah, we might want to start on those soon, because it gives us culture, it gives us science, right? Alternatively, we could get some more growth, which would also be good, and grow our borders a little bit here. We need the growth right now. Okay, so I think we're going to start with the growth, because it's faster, right? It takes only 2 years. Also, we might want to do a festival in this city before it's too late, so we might go like this. 2, 4, 4. We're gonna have to see, because obviously a treasury is also something that we'd want at some point. Obviously inquiry is something that we might want to do as well. But we might do that in this city. Yeah, we might make this city a Sage's Thutmose family city, because it's gonna have a lot of specialists from what I can tell so far. This is gonna be a big city. And I don't see any, you know, crop resources that would make sense for the Saita family. But we will have to keep them both happy. That is very important. We have some orders left, so we could move our scout. We're at war with the Danes, right? No, we're not. Okay, we're not. We decided not to go to war with them. So I'm thinking I'm gonna step up here. There's some camels. Interesting. That netted us some gold. Can we promote any of these guys? No. We could move them, but I don't think I want to. Instead, maybe I want to go ahead and influence maybe we influence the head of his religion. We can also convert to this faith. instead. So I think this is the better option. This should make her like me a lot more. But actually doesn't. So maybe we're gonna influence her anyway then. We have the orders, we have the money, why not? Obviously, we will need to be careful about our money. Eventually, we're losing a lot of our stone per turn, we're losing a lot of iron per turn, but I'm hoping that we can manage to save ourselves there a little bit. So I think most importantly we move the settler. Second importantly, actually we don't really have any second importance. We could harvest these camels. And then maybe we gotta go check this way. I mean, these things are harvestable again for some culture, so we could also harvest here for some gold. Gold is always good. We can just pick that up on the way, you know? Go here, harvest. And then go here. We want to be picking up as much culture as possible, and we can go and pick up culture from the wine again, pick up culture from this again, pick up culture from that again, and pick up culture from this again. Unless it's just because we don't have vision on it. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but we're just gonna make our way over there. Slowly, I think. I don't think there's anything worth checking out with Dido. At least not right now. My military units, I think we're just gonna sit tight. There's not really any need to try and poke any hornets' nests right now. Alright, that's the first Carthaginian converted to Egyptian paganism. That's amazing. So she was supposed to be influenced by me, but she doesn't really like me all that much. Well, she's not upset with me anymore, at least, so there's that. Settler. So I think we're gonna go here. Because if you look, we get access to this, that, and we get access to this tile. And I'm pretty sure that if we build something on this tile, it will grow our borders to these. And then maybe we can grow our borders to that. There's an argument to be made about the city being founded of landowners. But these aren't crop resources, are they? These are grove resources. We don't really have access to groves just yet. Sadly, we're gonna need to get there. They are quite far in the tech tree, actually. They are right back here. Groves. Sadly, that really does take a while, so we're probably gonna have to wait a long time before we get access to them. So in the meantime, the city is basically just... Right, that's why we really need to think about what we're going to do with the city. Maybe we're going to do a rider city. Some militaristic city up here. There's not a lot of mountains, not a lot of hills. This probably has more hills and more potential as a rider city. So this landowner city. Gives me culture crop resource. Rural specialists are easier to build. We can buy tiles, start with 2 citizens. I don't really see a need to start with 2 citizens, honestly. This city just makes a lot more sense as a cultural city. Okay, we found something up there. So we're gonna heal with these guys, but we're gonna take these guys. Here's the question. Should we move around instead? Is that faster? Probably not. There's a big forest here, so lots of lumber mills once we unlock that. Are lumber mills on the way to groves? Yes, they are. We might want to rush through this. See, right now we could still change. And that's something that is very interesting to consider, right? Trapping, we have made significant progress, but we could actually change to something else right now if we wanted to. But I think that would be stupid. Next turn, we might be able to pick polars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will be able to pick polars, and then we can go forestry after that. What are we gonna build up here? Honestly, maybe a scout. Or a worker. A worker might be a good idea. We can only research inquiry in our capital, by the way. That's something that I've realized. We're going to be sending some dyes now, making the city much happier. So it's at +8 now. We want a treasury. definitely. This takes 5 years, right? And then a festival after that. Okay, this guy is done with that. We can now also appoint a governor in here, which might not be a bad idea. This minister is really good. Gives us some more growth. Some more civics. Yeah, we're gonna go with this guy. Oh, bam! That made this into a 3-year thing. Okay, that's great. Only problem is we now don't have the movement to start, the orders to start on this quarry. Man, orders are really... How important is that? How many orders do we need? I think we need just 2. Yeah, we just need 2, so maybe we just undo this movement with this warrior. Okay, movement with warrior undone. Governor picked. Did we start on a treasury in here? I don't really remember. Inquiry. Festival. Treasury. Minor. Maybe we should go with treasury. This is gonna build me a worker. Wait, that takes so long. It takes 8 years. Nah, then we're gonna just build a treasury, right? And instead we're gonna build the worker down here. Now we can move here. Build a quarry. Really good one. And we have 3 movement left. 3 orders left. What did we undo? I guess we can only move so far with this warrior then. I think we influenced this person. I don't know, but I'm much happier with this turn right now, so let's just end this. Let's just end this. Let's just let that be as it is. So, I think it's going relatively well. We are... So Carthage is at war with the Danes. And they have given given birth to a daughter. Okay, and we can go... Okay, so... We didn't get Polis. But... We're more than likely going to get Polis maybe next time around. We can go Rhetoric, which is really powerful, or we could go Centralization here and getting an ambassador. This game makes you make some really tough choices. Drama is really important too. Start some music. That's all it says. Ambassadors are really good. However, forums are really good as well. And epics are also really good. Because I'm probably gonna be fighting a bit. Though centralization might be even better. Obviously, Odeons will give me some much needed science as well. But it does consume a lot of stone. Huh. You know, I do think that obviously having a ambassador is really important. So we're gonna go with that. We have some events here. Solid foundations. We can have some peace. We can give her some stone and have peace and opinion. She is cautious of me. $80 stone. 80 stone is rather expensive, so let's just take this piece. And then we could send her dyes. But I really need my dyes, so sorry, but you cannot. Okay, 12 orders to do stuff with. One of these guys are like coming over to do something to me. We might want to send our military units slowly down there to deal with that. Okay, let's step up here. Riddle of the gate. We come across a guarded entrance to an ancient ruined city. A majestic sphinx is sitting on an inscription that will help us open the gate. We can get some stone, or we could become a deal maker. Witty, intelligent, pious. We could get some wisdom, could become humble. Okay, what's the riddle? I think I know this riddle. The Sphinx asks, I am a black child sprung from a bright sire, a wingless bird fleeting to heaven from earth. Each eye that meets me weeps, but not from grief, and in thin air I vanish at my birth. So it's smoke. And we get wisdom or courage. Stone would have been good too, but you know, we're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna move these guys and heal them a bit. And then, well, you might say, oh, we're using up a lot of orders. But it's actually fine. We have plenty. And now we're gonna get some culture again. And we might start right here. Culture. And then we can move already up here. We've got one order left. So I guess we can move this guy back down. And then end our turn. Carthage has 29 bloody orders. She's also at war with the Danes, so I wonder if she's going to capture this city. Who knows? I'd like to get this city because I would like to have this ore. But at the same time, I could basically just grow this city really big toward this ore. So this quarry is one turn away from being built. This is also one turn away. Let's get some culture. Let's move these guys down here. Do we have a good general? Oh, we have plenty of good generals. This guy is very good. But he's a steward and a governor, so we would need to pick someone else. So I guess this girl is gonna do, unless we want to promote instead, but I don't think we have any good promotions here. 25% against tribal units though, that's really good. However, this general gives 17%. We can move this unit down here and heal. Yep, let's heal this unit. I don't know what's better. We could also just heal for now. We don't need to decide right now. This isn't going anywhere. Okay. I've got orders left, so I guess we're gonna go get some culture. Oh, we don't have enough orders. Okay. Get some food on our way. Yeah, let's just get some food on our way and then end our turn. We need so many settlers. So, she died before me. Yes, achievement unlocked. And this person is the head of the Saita family, has converted to Egyptian paganism. Great. Now, we've opened up a couple of avenues here. And this guy, we basically will stand him in here. And then either add a general which I think we will do. Add a general. Let's give this person some experience. Right, this is this is someone from my family, so it doesn't hurt to get some experience on this person. Plus make this unit just overall stronger. Right, the unit is really strong now. Okay. Do we want to do inquiry? 9 years. See, inquiry 1 would have been probably better to repeat a couple of times. We're 13 years away, so we want to do inquiry 2 before we hit the next level. We could do a minor for now, which gives me a lot more gold and some other stuff. But yeah, 34 gold per year is really not bad. Plus science. And it's only taking 3 years. So that to me sounds like a good deal. I mean, that's almost better than this treasury. No, it is better than this treasury in terms of money. If we only look at the money. Okay, we have stone income now. We might want to build a slinger at some point. But maybe we're gonna wait until we've captured this city, because this is gonna be our militaristic city for sure. Is that a crop resource? No, that's also a grove resource. That's so annoying. Also a grove resource. So I really don't know where I would be putting my next landowner city, but probably this one. Or maybe this one. Anyhow, we've got a unit down here. We're getting our second unit down there as we speak. Let's grab some culture. Four orders left, so we want to do something with that. This mine would be really good to have, but I think for now we're gonna neglect that, and instead we're going to just buy this tile. Oh, we found the Scythians. We can have... Oh, they will give me 90 wood. That's great. So they're all the way on the other side of this mountain range. So I'm not worried about them right now. Though they can obviously send units around. But I'd like to stay at peace with them. I'd like to stay at peace with most nations if I can. I'm really curious where the Thracians are hiding out on me. Maybe they've got a city down here, but I'm unaware of. They are weaker than me. The Danes are similar, and the Scythians are actually much stronger. Okay, so we want to make sure that we stay on this person's good side. We need an ambassador for this. And we might want to influence this person. Or maybe we want to influence this person. Oh no, we can't. Okay. We always want to be influencing people where we can, because it only costs me gold and some orders. I could be using my orders to influence. Yeah, let's do it. Instead of moving my scout. I could be moving my scout, but I think having peace with Scythia is more important. We don't want Scythia to go to war with me. We really don't. Change of heart. So, the king consort becomes disappointed with me, or we could lose some gold, or the king becomes extravagant, which doesn't really do anything bad. And he gets estranged. So he's either gonna become disappointed. Hey, you know what? You're already 75. You can be fucking disappointed. Alright, the crossroads. We can choose an ambition. 4 farmer specialists. 2 caravan missions. 4 miner specialists. Or nothing. I think the miner specialists is what we're gonna go for. Because we're about to build one here, right? That's 1. 2. 3. Maybe we go down there 4. But in general, just I think that's the most useful one. I don't think farmer specialists are really worth it for me. They're only really worth it on actual crop resources, right? So mining specialists are probably better. Caravan missions would be good. But I don't think we can. Frugal, timid, cautious. Yeah, no, none of our people can do that. So let's go with mining specialists. We only have a couple years left though, so that's kind of scary. Wants us to build the Shrine of Osiris here, which that is a good idea. However, the stone is just more important to me right now. We need a good economy built on stone. Okay, so we want mines, plenty of mines. Just currently thinking about where we could have some mines. What are we gonna build up here? We finished a treasury. We could do a worker, but I don't know what we would do with a worker here, and also it takes way too long. A settler 10 years, way too long. Festival. You know what, a festival might not be a bad idea. Get one culture per turn. Or get some gold, but we don't get a lot of gold. This city basically sucks a bit. Like, it doesn't really have anything going for itself. Until we get to lumber mills. Then we can build some lumber mills up here. But until then, this city it's just sitting around doing whatever. We should maybe build a shrine up here. And maybe once we freed up this worker, we can send this worker up here and build a shrine. A worker down here only takes 4 years. But it's gonna take him maybe 4 turns to get up here. So you know what? Let's build a worker. It's gonna take forever, but let's just do it. Also, once the hanging gardens are completed, this is gonna get a bit faster. Now, we've got orders. And we want to be clearing out this unit here. Great. You know what? Maybe we should have waited until we had epics for that. Which would have only taken me 2 more turns. You know what, let's attack this unit, but let's not kill it. Let's just stand here. Because we want to enact epics before we kill these units. And that takes me 2 turns. It would be great if I can do it next turn, but I don't know if I can get any civics anywhere. We've got so many orders left. We can use our scout to find Rome. So the Roman border is right here, which means we're gonna want to rush maybe this settlement here so we can nab this wine away from Rome. Ugh. Although I'm not sure how fast Rome can get to this, honestly. Now then, Rome doesn't like me. Which is bad, because Rome is much stronger than me. Oh, that's not good. Let's find out a little bit more. Okay, so Rome is all over here. Okay, so we found our borders with Rome. But yeah, this city has become much more important. So I do want the wine. And I do want to stop Rome from settling this. So yeah, we might want to rush a settler sometime soon. We might need to make 2. So after this, we might want to make a settler. And also a settler in here. How much? That's a 5-turn settler. And this is an 8-turn settler. But obviously this is before the Hanging Gardens, right? Anyhow, we have orders. Could add a general. Wait, actually we can't. I don't know what to do with these orders. Let's just end our turn. Alright, we're between Rome and Carthage. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Okay, lots of things. The Hanging Gardens completed. You have successfully exerted your influence on this person. I've lost some legitimacy, but that's okay. Because she now... Well, she's still upset with me. We lost even more courage. And she started following Egyptian paganism. Alright, and this... I don't like this. So Rome has like a massive military. And my military obviously sucks. This is not good. There's 2 more slingers back here. We're not at war with them yet, so we can't really check. Their slingers deal 4.4. It's got a general and 5.6. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Let's try to influence him and we might need to pull our units up to defend. So maybe we're gonna kill here. Move there. And maybe we gotta rush a settler. That does cost a lot of civics. Obviously, we should finish the miner first, and then we can rush a settler and settle the city fast. It's worth a try. Not sure. Maybe we're just exploring. Maybe Rome is... Nope, not at war with anyone. Dido is at war with the Danes. Peace with me. But Rome is angry at me. Why? We're too close to them. We have a higher rank than him, and he's a schemer and we're a judge. Okay. Hanging Gardens was completed though, so we could build a camp. Or what can we do that would help us? Slinger is gonna take 8 years as well. We have like no military production. So I think we're just gonna go with our plan from before. Just make the settler. Try to settle these 2 cities, get some foothold, and I don't know. Maybe to switch over from this worker to Whistlinger. It's gonna take forever. But it's what it is. End my turn. We're gonna see what Rome does. Maybe they're just gonna look but not attack. That does look like Rome wants to attack me. Does look like they want to attack the city. So let's move here and it's a melee unit, so but it's not an infantry unit, it's a why does this not say anywhere what kind of unit it is? But it's definitely not an infantry unit. Anyway, we should send this guy into our city center as soon as possible. Trying to save ourselves. Okay, we don't have enough yet, but maybe next turn we're gonna have enough, and then we can settle the city. I'm gonna stand here to keep an eye on everything. And this guy can do what? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Could build a shrine. It's not really worth it, is it? We could send this unit just over here slowly. Maybe we're gonna make a militia. Maybe. But yeah, wow. Rome better not be doing anything funny. That would really suck. We had such a good game, and then we're just next to Rome. You have successfully exerted your influence on this guy, who is now, well, upset. He gained some charisma, nice. We're so charismatic, it's ridiculous. Okay, we definitely want Polis. We don't have 100 of any of these things. +5 opinion. I don't think that's gonna do much difference. Like one gift, that's not gonna do much of a difference. But, you know, we might as well try. Buy 100 food. Send food. They're now upset with me. Okay, actually that helped. They're upset, no longer angry. That's good. Interesting, we cannot fortify in there. But we can fortify here. Okay, so I think gonna go here and heal. Or there and heal. Let's go there and heal. I don't know what Rome is doing. As long as we're not sending a settler this way, I will not rush with settler, but I will be building both of these settlers. And I do need some military Yeah, I hate how all these mines are just surrounded by flat land. It's crazy. We can get some ore here, just harvesting it. It's telling me to build the shrine of Osiris here. Even though there's no adjacent mountain. Interesting. We could buy this tile. It gets more expensive every time we buy a tile, I think. But we want this, so we can get this. But also, let's see. If we were to build a specialist here, it would grow there naturally. And stonecutter specialists might be worth it. But then again, this isn't very expensive. Right, in the grand scheme of it. Wait a second. We buy this tile. We get both. Well, that works for me. I thought I thought I'd have to buy more. Alright, I guess if you buy a tile next to a resource, you will instantly grow to it. It's interesting. I might want to actually... See, here's the thing. I do want to clear this out. So I need to send my unit down there. But I might regret this. Yeah, we're going to send this unit next turn. We have orders left. What we could do... Six turns until this slinger is done. Centralization of vassalage. Okay, centralization will give us a lot more civics per year. And a lot of science. But just in our capital. 20% science in our capital, or... Is that worth enacting now? That's just one science right now. But will add up over time. The question is... Do we maybe want to keep our civics in case we need to rush something? Yes. So if we choose this, what then? I don't think that did anything, to be honest. But we can now have an ambassador. Oh, we got this tech. Okay, so let's appoint an ambassador right away who has a very high foreign opinion. '45 and culture. So this guy is who we want. That increases my opinion. And during a discussion about how to deal with Rome, you make it clear that you wish someone would rid you of this turbulent Remus. Unexpectedly, everyone is in agreement, and soon practical matters are being hammered out. The only question which remains is, should we focus on stealth or speed? Okay, I guess there is an assassination attempt. Future events. Some possible outcomes could lead to this. He's vengeful. Okay, that isn't good. Undetected. Could lead to something. Could lead to something. And would be, he's vengeful. And this last option, nothing. Oh, okay. Should we risk this? I don't know how high the chances for this are, and honestly, if he becomes vengeful with me, let's go back. If he becomes vengeful with me, right? His opinion is gonna tank. Like crazy. It's gonna tank like crazy. Right, what do I want to do with this builder? Build a boat, which would give me some growth. Take 3 years. I could build a camp. Build a mine. Farms, quarries, mines, roads. Honestly, these nets are probably the best thing I could be building. For some food. Right. Some food and some growth. We're gonna fortify this unit here. And end our turn. Actually, we could have harvested this. Let's go back. Harvest the wine. Then end your turn. Rome, Rome, Rome. We're a bit ill. And there's another daughter. Okay, dinner with a rival. Rome's opinion of me could go up. A delegation from Rome is sent to help settle a minor dispute that is brewing between your two nations at dinner. One of their party speculates on who could beat the gods of war, leading to a spirited debate. They put toward King Romulus, the able of Rome, the best candidate. Okay, so he just became the able as well, so he shouldn't hate me as much. Anyway, he could lose some opinion of me. And yeah, he is the most superior general, so... And she would become slightly slighted by me, but that's okay. Okay. Romantic, wanton, or debauched. Those suck. Anyway. Wanton. Yeah, my opinion with Rome went up. We could be doing some trading with Dido, and I think that's something that we will do. Right, the settler is in 2 turns, the settler is in 5 turns. I think we're okay with Rome now. So let's send this guy down here, deal with these barbs. I hope this 1 unit is going to be enough. We're going to keep this unit here fortified. Could also promote. With guard 1. Or we could promote this unit with fierce, making it stronger against infantry units. Or giving it guard as well, making it more defensible. I think Bloodthirsty is good. Let's go with that. Then let's build a mine here. We do have the lumber for that, so that's good. We're not very liked by our own religion, I think. But there's not really much we can do. I mean, we're already following this religion, you know. Certainly want to be building some shrines, that's for sure. Do we want to get this culture? Yes. Harvest culture. Settler in 2 turns. we will definitely need to invest in a little bit more military. But we're doing it already, right? We're building a slinger. I'm known as the Just. Okay. I'm no longer ill. Okay. I can lose... Okay, I can bet some money. Let's wish on... Wait, let's bet on the Thunderhead. Oh, we got some gold. Oh, they want to pay us some tribute. But the XP would actually level me up. Plus 17 gold per turn though. We could get some wisdom or some courage. Courage would be really good if we want to build military units. Some wisdom. See, I think I'd rather have these signs. Okay, a court soldier or a court merchant. Let's get a court merchant because we are playing Egypt. Well, you bloody suck. As a merchant, you bloody suck. Well, we lose some signs, but we gain a lot of gold, so there's that. Right. Let's send this guy out. Deal with those guys. I think we're going to be doing a little bit of scouting. Oh, there's a silver mine there. Okay. And some incense. Okay, this city is nice. Very nice. Yeah, we definitely want that. There's some honey here too. Oh, Lord. Okay, now I'm not so sure anymore if I want this to be a rider city. Because having a landowner city would allow me to buy tiles here. But then again, these are so close together, right? Bam, bam, bam. We're probably gonna grow these borders naturally. And then bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I don't think we need it. I think we are gonna make this a rider city. Because we can have lots of mines in here and stuff. And we just need a militaristic city. Okay, I think it's decided. Also, we can probably build a lot of mines around here, around this mine. Yeah, we can have lots of mines here. Yep, it's decided. That's going to be a rider city. And that's that. I'm not going to hear any complaints. We have a lot of orders, so we're not on a mission. We should absolutely influence somebody. Who should we influence? we might want to give this some more units, these landowners. We're gonna give them this city, so they should be happy with that. Oh, you're already influenced by me, so can't do more than that. You're cautious of me. The influence missions they can give you some stuff as well sometimes, so I don't dislike doing them. I wonder if I should be sending this unit down. Because I don't know if this one unit is going to be enough to deal with the barbs down here. My son-in-law has died. Okay, so here's the settler that we're going to send here. It's a long trip, but we're getting there. Our scout is tanking a little bit of damage for us. But obviously we want these guys to come out and fight me. We do ideally want to be fighting in these woods. So I hope they're gonna come and fight me now. And you know, I think Rome is no longer going to war with me. We're going to be sending this unit down. I think these are just scouts, honestly. Harvest the honey. Oh yeah. And then move here. Do some exploration. Okay, and then we want to be building what? Do we want a militia in 2 turns or a worker in 3 turns? I'm not really afraid that anyone's gonna go to war with me, hopefully. That one worker, what is that gonna do for me? Well, it's going to give me a unit on this family. And I wonder if that's actually important. I don't know. Is that actually important? I don't know. Having a 3rd worker though might not be bad. Yeah. There's simply so much that we need to prove. A third worker isn't a bad idea. There's a Danish raid happening. There's an event, and I've fallen ill. And my granddaughter is now ready to be tutored. Okay, so there's a trade mission. We could gain opinion with Carthage. They give me food and we lose science. No. We get food from Carthage. Or we lose training. None of these trades are good. But I guess this is the best one for me. Oh. Get a free warrior. And get some and get some. Okay. We got a free warrior, and that is always great. I'm not sure if this is the raid mentioned by... But then again, I think Carthage has now actually captured the city. I'm not sure. Anyway, this guy did step out, so we can now attack him. We've got to deal with these guys. Who deals more damage to us? That's the question. This is gonna make our city very unhappy. Okay, they both don't really make us damage as really high. Taking this fight outside of the city is probably what we should be doing, though. The slinger can do a lot of damage to me, though. So can the swordman. See, it's really bad. We don't lose as much health there. We can go here. We deal more damage to the warrior than to the slinger. But the slinger might be dealing more damage than the warrior. No, actually same. So... let's deal with that. Let's go over here. My scout is gonna go here. Do have some orders. I guess I never got to influence this guy. So, we could pass a law, but I don't think it's really all that important. I want to be keeping my civics. And we could marry Neferura to someone. The question is just who. Right, we could ask Rome. And I think that makes sense. I think that makes the most sense. That'll get me some opinion. I might need to be careful about some opinion with the Saita family. But we're about to settle them a city, so I think we're fine. I think we're fine with our family. I'm actually worried that this city has been settled in the meantime. Alright, we could marry this guy or this guy. This guy has a lot of charisma, so we're gonna go with this guy. Okay, no, it hasn't been settled yet. Okay, which tile do we want? This is a bit more defensible. This brings our borders a little bit closer to Rome. Not sure if I want that. I think that's the side here. We can probably buy this tile. I'll build a lumber mill in here, which, you know. Okay, that made these guys happy. Again. Now, what are we gonna build in here? Did that make Rome unhappy? No. Perfectly fine. We could build a worker in 5 turns. Or a treasury in 5 turns. Or a festival. Honestly, festivals are probably one of the things that we should be considering most of the time. And over here we might want to consider inquiry. We just finished a settler. This unit is so heavily promoted, it's ridiculous. We have some really good generals. but we don't actually have the training for that. Anyway, let's start working on this. We're about to be able to send these guys, or one of these guys, down anyway. Maybe soon. I don't know. Okay, we freed up this worker. We're about to get a slinger. This worker is free now too. And this city can build something. What do we need? We've got 3 more turns until we need to start inquiry. There's nothing we can build in 3 turns, so we might as well start on it. We can also rush it, but that seems like a dumb idea. I'm kind of wondering if there's a shrine. That gives me... This one heals idle units. So that's very good. And it gives... Okay. Okay, so I think Assyria has captured this, which is okay with me. But we do want to settle this. So maybe after this we want another settler. So that we can control this. ASAP. What do we do with these builders? We're about to get Polis. Which lets us build hamlets. A camp for some orders. Mines, shrines. We do want shrines. We probably will build the Shrine of Osiris here. Or maybe, actually maybe one of these tiles. Yeah. Maybe we send this guy up here. What do we build in here anyway? Festival? 5 years. Sounds good. Oh, we can cut these trees. That's... Why not? Why not cut some trees? And this guy... want me to build camps all over the place. Let's move there. We've got some events. Okay, the young master. My granddaughter. She could make us some civics or some culture. We've got plenty of civics, but you know, civics are always really important to have. Okay, so everyone is bound by the same law. And she becomes exiled. And we get to be just. Yeah, you know, I think that's fair. I don't think she serves much of a role. Though she might be a general. Actually, I don't think I've actually attached her, so... yeah. Boom. And then end my turn. But yeah, one thing that is absolutely scary, obviously, when you're playing against the AI, is that the AI is able to build a lot of military. But also is able to build a lot of... oh, okay, so we're about to... how... okay. We met Greece. Okay, view our tech tree. Forestry. That's the one we want. Definitely. Military drills is obviously good. Rhetoric is good. Rhetoric is actually really good. This is like a tough choice. Right, so this slinger over here was able to attack from all the way here. 1, 2, 3. Wow. This slinger has Eagle Eye, Marksman. That unit is scary. But we're gonna nab this. Like, either way, we're gonna get this settlement the next turn. She doesn't have a settler in place. She's just attacking, helping me out. My opinion here is, I think, starting to drop. So I think we might want to influence this person. Maybe a trade mission. Alright, we've got some orders. Our slinger is finally done. I'm not sure if I want to finish as worker. Or if I want something else. Like walls. I've got 5.4 progress on that. You know what? It's almost nothing. Alright, let's heal this unit. Move this unit in here. So we do this probably, right? Or upgrade this. Tough choices. Anyhow, could buy this tile. Don't think I want to. Oh wait. I completely forgot that there is a slinger here. If we move over here and heal, still deals so much damage to me. We might be able to swap these out next turn. Although, you know what, maybe it would be best to just do that right away. We can heal and attack. Right, there's one slinger unit, really annoying. Okay. Still have 8. Let's get some culture. Salt production. Plus 20% growth. Yeah. Sounds great. Okay. We have 2 builders here. Where do we need them? You know, lumber mills are just so important. We're gonna go lumber mills first. Ah, but rhetoric is so important too. This is ridiculously hard to choose. Lumber mill leads to land acquisition or consolidation, which would give us groves finally. And we can have access to the lumber mills, which would give us nice yields of timber, only that we don't really need a lot of timber. We just be selling it for stone. Whereas rhetoric will give us access to the forum, which would give us civics. Civics are really good, and we will lead to... Okay, yeah. No, we need to go rhetoric. There's just no way around it. We need it. So what do we do with these builders? We do need these miner specialists. I do remember that. I do remember that that's something we needed to do. This builder is basically just moving in place for that. Arguably, we could also just chop this down if we have movement for it left. Now these guys, could build a camp, could build a mine, could build a quarry, could build the Temple of Osiris, but that's kind of dumb. Could move up here, building the Temple of Isis. Which is the better option, I think. Oh. They are marking this as they want this. Okay. Not good. Settler's gonna take 4 turns. I don't know if I can get them to step off this though. This is a very strong unit anyway. I really don't know. I don't think I will be able to get them off this. So what do we need? Do we want a camp? I think a camp is a good idea. But yeah, this is sad. I don't think we can do anything about that. These ranged units though, like, just... Any war with the AI would just be... crazy. It would just be stupid, honestly. If you just look at these units. Look at this archer. What am I going to do against this archer? And there's 2 more of them. This archer has 5.8 combat strength. Swift, steadfast, marksman, eagle eye, tracker, focus, guard. Just plus a hero. The AI is just so good in this game. I've been playing really well, but now that I see how the AI plays, wow. Assyria has 5 cities. We have 4. So we're keeping up with that, but our military is just Okay. So, opinion gets up. And we can have a treaty with Assyria. Okay, so we have peace with 2 nations already. Okay, we're really trying to go peace and culture. We're about to die though, I think. I think it gives you 1 turn, maybe maximum 2 turns. When they say, oh, your end is near. Yep. Okay, Judaism was founded. Another daughter. Get some experience. New leaf, we can become okay, what? Okay, this family is a bit unhappy with me, so we can give some gold or some stone. 140 stone, how much is that? 100 stone is, if we buy that, 500. So I think it's safe to say the gold is the better deal for me. Don't care about Judaism. Losing stress would probably be good in Wased. Let's see. Stress level 2. It would go down to stress level 1. It's about to finish inquiry in 9 years. What the... We definitely want to appoint a new governor. One with the most civics. So basically us. Eight years, okay. We can get some gold, we can get some civics, we can get some culture. I think losing the stress is the best option here, because what are we going to do with the gold? So Wased is actually a strong culture now, so we could actually be building We could actually be building one of these wonders, right? Anyway, let's see what other events we have that we want to take care of. So first of all, I think we want to settle this city as a rider city. Build is mine. Also gained a free scout, so that's good. So we can move up there and get some gold. However, we don't have endless orders. We also want to attack this guy. And in here, hopefully we can focus on military by building a bunch of mines around it. Right, okay, what other events do we have? We've got a golden age. We also got inspired by nature, cultivator, delver. Delver is good. Maybe... yeah, delver is really good. What does that do? Naturalist. Lumber mills and pastures, no. Groves, no. Okay, we're gonna go delver. Four governors. Enact colonies. We're gonna go 4 governors. Choose a new governor. We already did that. What are the chances that they're gonna step off this? I don't think there's many. We're actually really good with Rome. Surprised there's no wars. Aside from the Thracians, the Danes, and me with the Thracians. We want to be building a bunch of garrisons now, because we want to enact some more governors. In here, do we want some walls? Or do we want a treasury? Or do we want a worker? Or do we want a festival? I think a worker. We've got lots of stuff to do in the city. But then again, workers are only 3 years in here. Whereas maybe we should start pumping out military in here. Maybe a treasury. What other workers do we have available? we're sending this worker up here to build the shrine of Isis. This worker's building a camp. You know, I do think we should make a worker. Takes 5 years, but, you know, we need one. Okay, also, we want to be dealing with this slinger. What else? Building walls everywhere is a good idea. Promoting. With Warden, that's actually good promotion, so we're gonna take that. I only got one move left now. You know, surprisingly, I think I don't even need that one move now. Nope, I do want to maybe move toward that. Alright, anyway, what I said about the AI is just... It's really crazy how... They are far ahead of us in terms of techs. Actually, Greece is not as far ahead in techs as everybody else, but most of the AI is ahead of us in techs, is ahead of us in military, is ahead of us in everything. We're really having to catch up. But that's for another time. Right now, this is it. We're gonna continue some other time. Wait, actually, we still have to choose this. Culture. 120 culture is a lot. The next culture level is in 2000. 2000 culture. See, that's... we might want a head start on that. Yeah, we really need to start pumping out some culture now. And yeah, we definitely be wanting to build the mausoleum soon. Totally gonna be building this up on this hill because that's just a amazing location for it. But that's expensive. We need much more stone for that and much more gold. So that's what we're working on. Where the stress levels of our cities are okay. We can reduce them eventually. Just so much to do. We are ahead in victory points though, so there is that. Like, culturally, we are ahead. We just need to make sure that we don't get caught out in a war. We should be fine, but honestly, everything depends on our ability to maintain peace and to just focus heavily on culture. I'll see you all another time. Peace.